You might send it, right? All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to start with the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, thank you for the opportunity to stand in business today. God,
Amen.
I'll make a motion that we approve the meeting minutes from last week.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for 5 minutes for, was it personnel with David?
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
We did have a little action. David, you want to?
With the appraiser leaving recently, Lisa was moved up to the interim appraiser, and she has made an appointment of a deputy appraiser, Dustin Schuler. And Dustin is the first time we've had a deputy that already has his RMA certification. So she talked with him last week, and they negotiated a wage that falls in the certified or RMA deputy range at 25.2968 per hour. So I think I would just need a motion to approve his appointment as deputy appraiser at that salary.
I'll make that motion. Did we move Dustin up to deputy appraiser at, was it 25?
25,29268.
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the claims in the amount of $86,529.56.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved, second, any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think that's all I had for you for early in the meeting anyways.
Okay, you got anything right off the bat?
I just got one thing, as, well, I think it better be done in legal safety, so we'll save it.
Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hagwald, Linn County Rural Fire Emergency Management. Emailed out the call totals for last week. On those, you'll notice some 500 numbers. The 500 numbers represent the going out to the schools and in public doing fire safety talks last week with Fire Prevention Week. We still have a couple more scheduled for this month. But I just kind of wanted to give you the breakdown of that. Gave us a total of 9 incidents last week for a total of 360 for the year. The only other thing I have is had an application for Madison Stanley to Station 910, which is the Mound City station. I'd like to get approval. She's already a county employee, part-time dispatcher. That'll bring us up to 7 out of 15 spots filled at the Mound City station.
And because she's a county employee, does that change our terms?
Yeah, she does not have to go through the pre-employment screenings.
I'll make a motion we hire Madison Stanley as a firefighter from the Mound City Station.
I'll second that motion.
Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Does leave her on probation until she learns the trucks and everything like that for the 6 months, but it just waives the with being an employee. That's all I have unless you guys have anything.
I don't have anything.
On the roster that you sent out, it
Yes.
has training documentation, but there's nothing on there.
I'll double check it and resend it.
Okay.
if I need to.
Thank you.
Galen?
Good morning, Galen Anderson with American Medical Response. Numbers wise, in the past 7 days, we've done 14 transports, and month to date, we're at 33 transports. And today actually begins the first day of our transition in the dispatching of the ambulances process, to where the county dispatch center will be taking very abbreviated information and then quickly transferring the call to AMR dispatch to do the remainder of the dispatching process. So I think it's going to go very well. We've been engaging all the parties involved. I believe we have all our dispatchers trained up to the level they need to be to take the wheel, so to speak. We've made a number of changes with our radio system at the stations, just to make sure we've taken care of everything in terms of, making sure all the crews have the communication they need, because we're switching to a different radio channel essentially for this process. And then we put in some other processes in place related to communication software to make sure we have redundancies to be able to talk to law enforcement, talk to the fire department, talk to both comm centers on the radio, and as well as on handheld devices. So, yeah, I think it's going to go well. As with any process change, things may come up that we'll need to address, but I think we've done our due diligence to make sure it goes as smoothly as it can, and I've had a lot of support from the county comm center and sheriff and fire department, so I think it'll go well. So we're looking forward to that change. It'll be a good, better experience, I think, overall for family members calling in, patients calling in, bystanders calling in. They'll be forced to spend less time on the phone, essentially. And we'll still be getting all the pertinent information we need to dispatch ambulances appropriately. So, yeah, it's the main thing we're got our eye on today and the rest of this week. Anything for me?
I don't.
All right. Have a good week.
Thank you, Galen.
I have the sheriff's report. He was not going to make it over today. I've got some printed copies if you need them. It was sent out also. Or
I've got it.
I've got it as well.
Total prisoners, 57, 6 releases past week, 0 farmed out, farmed in 37, 60 911 calls, 4,223 jail contacts, 497 calls for service, 19 civil service papers served, 4 VIN inspections, 9 new cases opened, 14 cases closed, 4 vehicle crashes, 108 SRO activities, and 7 livestock out. And currently, daily income for the jail housing is $2,866.50.
do you want Janet's reports now? She sent, I sent them out ahead of time, her
Right.
interest report and delinquent taxes and reconciliation of the 22 taxes. She is short-staffed today and didn't want to come over unless you needed her to come, but there's a copy if you guys want to read anything off of it. The interest is up considerably this year from where we were last year. You look at the comparison there, year to date, third quarter last year was a little over 12,000, and this year it's over 200,000. So the increase in interest rates has done quite a bit for us on that. And I don't know if you had any questions on that. I can get a hold of Janet if you need anything answered on it.
I didn't have any.
I don't have any.
Do you need a motion to approve?
I don't think we really need anything on it. I think she's required to report to you quarterly on the interest and then once a year on the reconciliation.
Is that it? We got on that. You said she's not coming over now.
No, she wasn't planning on it unless she just needed her to.
Don?
Sean West, Public Works. The cost shares by task were sent out to you. I do need direction on the interview for the North Shop foreman as to whether or not I need to set those up
with our staff or with you commissioners, whatever you ask, we'll get it set up and get those started here in the next week, 2 weeks.
Last time we did it, all three were involved and we had a few of them come in and we interviewed them, right?
Mm-hmm.
how many do we have?
At this point, we have 4.
That's the same as last time. Then we had 4 or so last time too.
6,
Oh, 6.
We did them all the same day,
2 days
2 days.
is what we did last time.
We did 30 minutes each.
That's correct.
I'm good with that. If you guys are. What do you guys think?
I'm good with it.
I'll go along.
Let's set in on them. Do you want to do them on one day or?
You think, you think?
I'm fine with that.
I'm good with it.
Do you have a date in mind that you're all available?
Do it in after commission meeting or?
Yeah, that we did last time, yeah. Do it next week, be all right?
I can set them up for next week and line them up after the meeting. Okay. We spoke sometime back about 500 Road as it curves around on the highway, and you decided not to close that road at the owner's request. This is just off of 31 on the curve. 500 is a short little strip in a triangle on that highway. The owner of the property has come back and asked that we look at the possibilities there. They want to move cattle across that roadway with the limited water resources, and this year they want to move the cattle across the roadway and then take use of land on the other side of it. The only solution that I can see without closing the roadway, if you're not interested in that, is signage for a cattle crossing, because this is coming directly off the highway, possibly at a higher rate of speed than what some normal county roads would be. That would give a warning to traffic coming from both directions that there may be a crossing or that there may be obstructions on the roadway. In talking to the owner, she believed that would probably be suitable for what they're talking about.
Do we typically put up signs like that for people?
I don't know what's typical. It's the first time I have had a request like this, but because it deals with the public safety aspect of an obstruction in the roadway that could obviously injure or cause an accident, I would think it'd be very prudent if that's going to be used for multiple crossings or periodically that we sign it. Let the people that use that road or typically come onto it be aware that there may be times that it would be closed off.
If they want to close it,
No, they want to run gate to gate across the roadway, but they're somewhat concerned about,
But they're not going to leave it that way.
no,
They're going to just do it as they're moving them across.
move them across and close it back off, or I'm sorry, open it back up. But we would be doing the signage just to allow the traffic flow to know that there's possibly going to be an obstruction or.
Are there any site limitations as far as traffic coming through there to be able to see their gates and things that way?
Not that I'm aware of, because it is a straight roadway from intersection to intersection.
we talked about this before and they wanted to close it, but it was a type of deal where you go out the other way, it's a terrible corner for bringing semis, and there's farmers, heavy equipment that goes through there. I mean, it just makes it a terrible corner to come on the 31 highway if you shut the road. We voted, I don't know, a year or two ago. We talked about it not to close it.
Okay.
Out here on this next road with Coffle I think there's some cattle crossing signs. Did the county put those up or did he put those up, do you know?
I believe I'd have to check. It was something done prior to me, but if there's a signage on a county roadway, either we put it up or we approved it.
They just want signage or they want fences?
They just want signage.
Only, just a warning.
And what they intend to do is when they're gonna move them, they're gonna put gates across there so they won't get scattered, but just for the crossing and then put them back.
Okay.
They don't intend to leave them there any period of time, right?
That's the understanding that I have, is that this is to move the cattle and then open back up the roadway.
So they're just gonna put temporary panels across the road is what you're saying, or what?
Yes, and they're going to move the gates to match each other and use it just across the roadway.
Have you spoke with Kevin about it? I mean,
I have not.
I don't know what kind of regulations we have to comply with the MUTCD for putting up cattle crossing sign, so Kevin might be a good person to talk to.
So the gates are gonna be in the fence lines and then we're gonna swing the gates across the road?
I think that's what they have in mind.
That's gonna take pretty big gates there where that's at. I don't know. What I'm
Yeah.
asking is, are they gonna build fence in our right of way?
We don't want them to. We won't let them.
I don't believe that's the case. I think they're going to match the gates and then temporary panel between the two gates that are fixed. So we're not talking about building anything in a right of way or on the roadway. But if it is something that we need a resolution on and you're willing to do it, I'll bring it back to you next week.
I'm okay with it as long as they're not building fence in
As
the
long as they're
right
not
way.
building fence in our right of way, I don't have a problem with them swinging their gates and putting panels across it to get their cattle across, but I don't think we better be building any type of permanent fence in our right of way.
I agree with that, Jim.
I'll get a resolution up, have Gary look at it, and then present it to you next week.
And check with the sign guy to make sure that that anything that's required by MUTCD for a cattle crossing, that we've complied with that. I don't know those regulations.
I will do that. I had a request, and we've talked about this somewhat in the past, but I want to go out to bid for some safety equipment and look at other possibilities as far as bulk ordering our equipment. We also would, at that point, distribute it out to the shops. But I'd like your permission to go out to bid and look at different opportunities and different companies for safety bids on our road shop safety gear.
what do we do now? I mean, how do we do it now?
Now we purchase it as needed, and then we bulk stock coats once a year and hoodies or those larger items. We make a large purchase of those, but I'd like to get a bid from a company to supply that, which may cut the cost of that. I'd like to explore that opportunity.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm okay with it.
Fine with me.
The lagoons, it looks like it possibly, we could start the dredging process as soon as next week. Noxious weeds, the final cost share's in. I'll have you totals by next week. The boiler maintenance is completed at the courthouse and is up and working. I have another document to sign for our transportation grant. This document just acknowledges the chair and the two statutes that govern and defines the Board of Commissioners. I believe this is pretty standard for what we've turned in the past.
Is that good, Gary?
Yep. Real brief, if you want to read it then.
And this is for what? Say that again. Sorry. I was
Our transportation grant.
transportation. So it says as a county government, the chief or the chair of the board of county commissioners is the authorized person to sign documents of all kinds. This is per the Kansas statute 19-220 in Kansas statute 19-212. Further defines the power of the board of commissioners. I have no other source of written authority for this section of the grant. Sincerely, the Linn County Board of Commission.
So do we need a motion to allow Danny to sign that?
Yep.
I'll make a motion that we allow Danny to sign the form for the commissioners for the transportation grant.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Need that.
Last week, it was brought to our attention, there's a historic bridge just north of Mound City towards 7 Highway. It was brought to our attention that some of the road surfacing is slipping off and sloughing off between the bridge itself and the embutment area that holds back the retaining material for the end of the bridge. We called our on-call engineer due to the nature of the bridge. The on-call engineer will be here tomorrow to look at the resolution that Todd's come up with as far as a flowable fill to fix it. We want the engineer to tell us, one, based on the historic nature of the bridge, that we're not doing anything to disrupt that, and two, that our fix will not impair any further inspections of the bridge. Prior to the engineer assessing the bridge, several concerns were brought to our attention as far as the arts and crafts and the flow of traffic that may be going over the bridge. So a road plate was put in place and fastened down as a temporary fix, and then a cold mix used to take out the bump on it, which will be removed for the inspection tomorrow so that the engineer can look at it and we can come up with a long-term fix.
Sean, that was brought to my attention Thursday, from some taxpayers, concerned taxpayers, that they said they brought it to your attention on Tuesday.
That's correct.
They called me on Thursday and I reached out to you 3 times. You never returned my phone calls.
That's correct.
What gives you the authority? That you don't have authority not to return my phone call.
I believe it's something we've already addressed.
We have addressed it.
Yes.
Where?
We addressed it when I delivered a letter on our communications in the future.
Where?
When I delivered you a letter addressing,
Where'd you deliver it?
I delivered you a letter in person in executive session telling you how I would proceed in the future with those communications.
You don't have the authority to do that.
No, I do not.
You don't. I'm just telling you, you don't have the authority.
You're saying I don't have the authority. I'm saying the commissioners have been unable, and the county's been unable to resolve grievances between you and I and other staff members.
They don't have the authority to tell me to do that.
Okay?
So why don't you answer your phone? That's a county-owned phone, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You don't have the authority not to answer my phone calls.
I believe on multiple occasions I've addressed this and made efforts to address it. And because it was unresolved,
You don't have the authority to not answer my phone calls.
from this point forward, until we resolve our grievances, I intend not to take anything other than written communications to resolve issues with
Who
you.
else have you told this to than to not answer my phone calls?
I have directed one foreman And after speaking to the foremans at the job site, I have advised another foreman that it was not necessary if he felt he was unable to resolve it directly with you.
You don't have the authority, Sean. You don't have that authority.
How so? Those,
You don't have the authority not to tell him not to answer my phone calls.
okay. With multiple employees that work for me under my direction, having filed grievances, I have to provide them the protections that the county policy provides them. As a supervisor, if I don't provide that protection, I'm negligent. I directed a letter to you telling you how I would move forward to provide those protections until an investigation of those grievances is
Where did
over.
the letter, where'd you direct the letter at? Where was the letter given?
I gave the letter to you
Where?
in executive session.
Okay.
So I think you're fully aware of,
Why was it an executive session?
I believe it was very clear what we were doing, and I was taking an employee action to protect the employees given
You
to
don't
me.
have the authority.
The county and the Board of County Commissioners gave me the authority to protect those employees and follow those policies, which you have so egregiously violated.
Where is the vote at? David, was there a vote?
No.
Is there any kind of record that shows that it was, okay. So it appears to me we might be operating behind closed doors then.
It was an employee matter until you brought it here today, which I tried
Vote on
to handle in
it? You
a,
vote on it.
I don't vote.
That's
I
right.
don't get a vote.
And you don't have the authority. You do not have that authority.
The Board of County Commissioners gave me the authority to enforce those policies and protect those employees from those violations.
What did David just say?
I believe you heard him. I won't stand here and repeat it for him.
I rest my case.
We're not holding court here. But
We're not holding court.
But if we keep down this direction, that's where we're going to land.
That's fine. We can move on. It wasn't voted on and you guys don't have the authority.
Well, I don't see why, I mean, if you guys can't communicate with each other, why can't you send them an email?
He didn't even know what I wanted to talk about. How do you know? We sat down there with a road with a hole that big clear to the bottom for 2 days and nothing done about it. Nothing.
That's incorrect.
Was there any guard? When I was there Thursday morning, there wasn't anything there. Was there any kind of protection to stop somebody from falling in it?
When it was looked at by the supervisor, the hole wasn't necessary to be covered. By Thursday, when we reevaluated it, and we'd already set up an engineering inspection of it, by Thursday, with the high traffic flow, we took the safer route and road plated it.
I had taxpayers that looked at it that was concerned about it Tuesday.
Okay.
There's multiple taxpayers called me on this issue.
I could imagine.
Is there a service or work order or anything or filled out?
Wouldn't answer his phone.
I don't think that they can do it on the internet. They called Joyce to do that. Do you do work service orders?
I'm sorry,
Like work orders?
I don't type those in.
And the issue was dealt with, wasn't it?
It got taken care of 2 days later.
It was being resolved at the time by calling an engineer in. It was reevaluated by the road foreman and then myself and another foreman. And we decided with the high traffic flow for the weekend, we would road plate it.
That's all I have, Sean. Thank you.
I need 10 minutes executive session for non-elected personnel.
I got a few questions for you, Sean, though. Where are we at on the Boycourt Road?
Boycourt Road being Queens Road,
Yeah.
Queens Road, we decided that I was going to come up with a plan for that, and that the engineer that looked at it said it's not a safety risk while we work on that. So we're in the planning stages of it, and I do not have anything to take to you or to Wildlife and Parks at this time.
Okay, and then our closing date, I don't know if you heard me last week or the week before, that is the 27th on the elderly building in Pleasanton. Are we on cleaning that out? Where are we at on that?
I'm planning on moving a roll-off and taking manpower and moving items away from the building. And then you were correct that items can be left in the building. The specific items that were mentioned were appliances, not trash or any debris. So some of the appliances that are of no value to us will be left in the building. And then we will start the process of collecting all of the items that have been stored there and cleaning the building out sometime this week.
So if we're closing on the 27th, how long do we think we'll be out, or we'll have to deliver? We're going to deliver meals, right? To home?
But I thought I was gonna use the health department and that's where he's
Oh,
gonna,
is that, okay, yeah.
I spoke to the management or the employee over at the senior center. I'm slated to speak to them again today or tomorrow so that they also had a solution that they wanted to explore about where they could go in the interim. So I'll talk to them. If their solution is doable, it would give them a place to meet and eat their meals in the interim that they're comfortable with. If it's not doable, then I'll look to the health department and contact them immediately and have that set up.
What do you think our time frame will be, or how long we'll be delivering like that until we get in the building?
I do not know. We've got some demo going on. We've had some reconstruction. We've ran into some issues on one wall. We've shored up some vents on the outside, and I'll have to find out how quickly from the STARS program some of the other items will be checked off the list. But we still have cabinets, appliances to put in, and a bathroom to remodel.
I don't think I have anything else.
Okay.
You needed 10 minutes of non-elected personnel.
That's correct.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for 10 minutes with non-elected personnel with Sean.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Commissioners, the county has been served with a lawsuit from a person having to do with something associated with the sheriff's department. Actually, our sheriff's department wasn't really involved with it. It was Bourbon County Sheriff's Department. But this guy has sued everybody under the sun. He sued everybody in Bourbon County and everybody here and so forth. K-Camp's going to represent us on it. They've hired an attorney named Mike Sack, but because he will be representing several different parties in this. He'll be representing the Board of Commissioners, he'll be representing the sheriff, and he'll be representing the Sheriff's Department employees that are named in the suit. When you got several different people represented, and he has also represented other parties dealing with the county in the past, it's normal to sign what they call a waiver of conflict. And so if you'll authorize me to do so, I can execute that for you, but you'll need to be on the record to vote to authorize me to sign the waiver of conflict for Mr. Sachs, so he can represent you in this matter. I think he'll get you dismissed pretty quick, but we'll see.
I move that we allow Gary to sign the waiver with Mr. Sec in these cases pending.
I'll second. Motion been moved and second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
We had some action from executive session.
Commissioners, last week I received a phone call and a request to accept a resignation by Donnie Snyder, who's a grader operator in the Blue Mound area. I would ask that you accept his resignation.
I'll make a motion that we accept his resignation.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So now that we have another open spot,
That's correct.
so should we just
You didn't call for nays, Dan.
do what?
You didn't call for nays.
Oh, sorry. All motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
Call for the opposed.
All right. All right. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 2-1. Do we need to open up interviews for that too?
First, I'll have to open up applications. I'll put it on the website, and then I'll get with Randy and see if I can get the sign and put it out in locations, see if we can drum up the applications for those.
Anything else?
No. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
I couldn't understand what you were saying. Oh, I thought you said yay. Then
No. Nay.
Nays.
all right. So we don't have any. Jane's not coming over. Gary, do you got anything else?
No,
David?
I don't think so.
oh, wait, I do have something else, but it'll be another executive session matter.
We got a little time. We got.
You have something, Jessica?
Oh, sorry, Jessica. Yeah.
Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. I had a community member reach out to me about the Rural Opportunity Zone program. This is a program hosted by the Department of Commerce. We opt in every year. We sign a resolution. Historically, we have opted in at $0. This year, we have an employee who is been accepted into the program, so we opted in to sponsor that employee. That is built into my budget for next year. This individual has recently moved to Mound City. He applied for the program through the state of Kansas. That's the first step. They do all of the due diligence and background, make sure that the individual has their degree and has student loans and has been paying their student loans. They also verify their residence prior to moving to Kansas. They have to have been lived outside the state for at least 5 years and then either moved back or been a new Kansas resident. So the state has done all of that and accepted them into the program, pending someone sponsoring them. This individual works for the USDA. So they're a federal government employee. The federal government will not sponsor them because it is a private student loan, not a federal loan. So they are requesting that the county sponsor them. It would be $1,500 per year for 5 years, as long as they live in the county and remain employed. They turn in all of their documentation to the state. The state verifies that they still live in the county, that they're up to date on their income taxes, that they're still paying their student loans. The state would send us an invoice of $1,500. We pay it. The state matches $1,500 and then reimburses that person $3,000 for their student loans for 5 years. So they get $15,000 over 5 years for reimbursement for repaying their student loans. It's an incentive program to, it's designed to bring people with degrees into the state.
So what are we already funding? You said it was coming out of your budget.
I have budgeted $1,500. We have one employee who we have agreed to sponsor for the next 5 years, starting this year.
And this is the second one?
This would be a second person, yes. And this is not in my budget for next year, so we would have to decide where to take the funding out of. And then the following year, we could build it into my budget.
And why haven't we done this in the past? Why aren't we setting aside funds for it? Because
So this is something that the commission has decided not to set aside funds for. We opt in every year, which allows our employers to sponsor their employees. If we do not opt in, then no one in the county can do it. We have historically opted in at zero, just to allow employers in the county to be able to use the program. School districts use it, I know, as a recruiting tool.
But that's for schools in their district, I mean, the teachers that actually work in their district?
Yes, yes.
To be frank, it's probably a little unusual for the county to pay for one that's not our employee.
Unusual, yes, but not unheard of.
Right.
There are counties that do it, and he has requested that his employer sponsor him. That was one of my first questions was, did you already ask your employer? But since he's a federal government employee, they won't help with his private loans. So,
Well, if it was an employee of ours, I wouldn't mind it, but I don't think we need to step off into something and start doing it for everybody, every other employee. That's gonna get expensive to us somewhere.
so good point.
I mean, if it was our employee, I wouldn't mind doing it. I'm not for doing it for other employees.
Yeah, I agree.
so if you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate it. Can we do a motion to deny the request so that we have it officially?
I'll make a motion, we deny the request for the $1,500 for the student.
For the ROWS program.
I'll second. Motion to move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That's all I have until 11 o'clock when the airport committee is scheduled to come in.
Is there anybody else need anything? Go to executive session?
I don't.
We'll go ahead and, you just want to we'll open up for public comment and then we'll go into executive session and then come back at 10:30. We have them guys on.
It's fine.
So right now, we'll open it up for public comment. Anybody's got anything? If you do, come up and say your name. All right. Well, I'll make a motion to go into executive session for 10 minutes legal with Gary.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
We're awful quiet today.
You didn't have any action. We have you guys on for 10:30. You guys want to go? It's in 15. You guys want to go ahead and start? You guys don't have, if you guys want,
It's brief.
I was just gonna say you didn't have to stand up there with the microphone.
They
You,
can't be heard if they,
no, I was gonna say if you wanted to come up here, we had a lot of paperwork and you needed to spread it out or something.
Oh, no.
You could sit down or whatever.
My name is Emily Thies. It's going to be light today. I have a question. In the September 18th meeting, when we pushed the solar issue back to planning and zoning, we, at that point in time, well, I emailed Darren a couple times. I have not gotten a response. So I don't know if he's not in a position to answer this, if you guys need it to answer it. So I'm just going to read the email. It says, Darren, in the commissioners meeting, September 18th, the commissioners agreed to hold any conditional use permit application until a public hearing was scheduled and held. Since the commissioners agreed to send Article 14 back to planning and zoning for review and with the condition that a public hearing is to be held, does the hold on permit still apply? And at this point in time, we've got the public hearing scheduled for November 14th. And I'm just kind of, is it back in their hands? Is it something that, because you guys agreed to it originally, we're just trying to get a feel if, now that it's back at planning and zoning, if that holding the conditional use permit until the public forum is still, it still applies. And you can check, you don't have to give me an answer if you don't know the answer on that. I'm just not getting a response from planning and zoning right now.
so do we have anything in our minutes that says that we were going to hold
Yeah,
conditional use permits?
yeah. Yeah,
I have to look back.
it's at the very end of the meeting.
Well, if, let's say, an application were filed today, it's going to take a couple weeks to verify the application, make sure everything's there. So there's no way it could possibly be set for anything before November meeting, because we have to give the proper notices and so forth. So there's
But
no,
what if planning and zoning decides to change Article 14, then would whoever applied for the CUPS permit be able to go off the existing Article 14?
that
Or would
would,
they have to wait till it's changed?
that would be a matter of some discussion. I don't know.
That's what we want to.
That, yeah.
I see.
So maybe it's something that you check into or check with planning and zoning since we're not getting a response. I just don't know who would be in charge of that decision at this point, so.
Because it was in the motion that Danny said we would hold the CUPS permit, so.
Is there any way we can stop it from happening until after?
I mean, because the 14th's not, it's not about any CUPs, it's just.
It's just about Article 14.
I mean, do we have?
And is it a public hearing or is it just allowing you guys to present your
It's a
side?
public forum,
What about-
allowing the
yeah.
public to address the article. It's not about an application. And
So whenever you, I mean, do we, when you officially, what means we officially accepted a CUP from some, or an application from somebody?
they will submit paperwork. It will be processed in the office and he'll go through and say, well, you've got this, but you don't have this. Need more elaboration on this. He'll send it back and they'll keep working on it until everything is there, and then he'll,
But if someone submits for a CUP and we change the regulations, can they come back at everybody and say, well, when I submitted my CUP, it was in Article 14 was here, and it's now been changed to here?
I think
That's why we want.
yeah, I think that they could
So-
reasonably take that position, yeah.
Right.
So the motion reads to schedule a public meeting before any decisions are made on any CUPs on solar farms.
But again, my question to you all is still, if a company comes to you and they submit their CUP on current Article 14.
And it's changed.
If their application,
Picking up a big,
I would say if their application is accepted under the current regulations, that's the ones they would operate under, I think.
but if it were me and I was applying, I would say, well, when I applied, you have this one.
That's what I'm
How can
saying.
you change it on me?
That's what I'm saying.
So how do we protect ourselves, Gary, from that happening? I mean, if we want to protect ourselves, how do we protect ourselves from that happening?
That's what we,
What planning and zoning told us was after we had the meeting, if there was, I think they said that they would possibly by December have answers to if anything was going to be changed.
I mean, where you're at here is back to the question of some kind of a moratorium on taking applications. I mean, that's really the only approach that would accomplish what you're describing. Because if they submit an application under the existing regulations, that's the ones that they're going to,
and they would apply against us.
Yeah,
They said,
right.
well, I applied mine for my.
Exactly.
use permits,
I'm
and you
agreeing.
guys changed it after.
I'm-
That's why we want a motion to,
so you're back to the question of a moratorium, is what you're really saying, whether it's for whatever length of time.
Like 90 days or something? I mean, if we chose to do
Well,
that?
that would put you past the point where they will have come back with a report on Article 14. I'm not advocating that.
Right.
I'm just saying that's what it would take.
What do you guys think?
Isn't this what we retained Trish for,
I'm sorry.
isn't this what we retained Trish for, is to help us with all this stuff?
I think it would be good to consult with her if you're going to do that.
we have to keep consulting these attorneys on this. I mean, I don't see where this is such a big deal that we need to spend thousands more dollars with this expensive attorney.
Well,
You guys, what's 90 days? What's that? Give us the 90 days to get it all lined out, and not cost the county any more in attorney fees.
Or 60 days, because it sounds like, and I don't know if they were to make changes or wouldn't make changes, that they would have to come into session in December and hold a meeting and discuss those changes. Is that correct? Or do they just,
Okay, the way it would work is, let's say that they meet in November and hear what you have to say. They think about it, come back in December and say, you know, we think there needs to be some changes. Then they would propose those changes to the, if they've got them drafted and ready to go, they would have to have a hearing at their next meeting, a public hearing. So that would be in January, where they would have the public hearing. And then once they had the public hearing, if they approved the changes, then they would come to the commissioners. And so we're talking the earliest these changes, if there are any, could come to the commissioners would be probably February or March, be the earliest. If they look at it next month and say, we don't want any changes, then it's moot.
could you agree until the December meeting at Planning and Zoning to see if there officially are any changes? As far as putting a moratorium up until that point, if there are changes, then clearly you would have to reevaluate the 60 days.
So if we put a moratorium on till the first of the year, just say we did that, and that protect us until we decide, until planning and zoning decides what they're gonna do. I'll make a motion, we do put a moratorium on, solar farms till January 2024, January 1.
Is there a second? I would like to talk to Trish before we do anything like that. I want to hear what she has to say.
Just gonna cost herself more money. We're the ones that's in charge of our county.
You got a second?
Nope.
Motion dies for lack of second.
So what are you proposing then, Dave?
That we're gonna consult with Trish.
Could you have an answer by next Monday?
I can't tell you if I could or not. I don't know. I mean,
So you're not,
We'll try.
you're not concerned that if somebody comes in and applies for a
I
commission,
didn't-
for
I didn't
next
say
between
that at
now
all.
and next Monday?
I didn't say that at all. So I'm gonna talk to her. I'm not the professional.
Don't understand the reasoning.
Because I want her to, we hired her to give us the legality of it, and I want to know what she has to say about
We
it.
have counsel right here that just told you.
You guys have anything else? David, got anything? Gary,
Nope, I don't.
you guys got anything?
Nope.
We got the airport
11 o'clock.
at 11. You guys want to
Recess?
recess until 11?
You want me present for the airport discussion or not?
I think it'd probably be good,
Okay.
don't you?
Yeah. I'll make a motion that we recess until 11 o'clock.
I'll second the motion.
Motion been second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You got an aye or you opposed? Jim? Aye.
Ah.
Here we go. All right. Well, we got the airport committee on the agenda. Jessica, you want to come up and speak, or how do you want to do this?
I moved chairs up if we want, I've got two new members from there, if we want to just, if you want to come up. Sure. You want to come up here, we can just sit at the table and.
Dangerous chairs.
I don't know.
Please.
Thank you guys for coming.
You bet.
The spreadsheet you've all had before, I thought I'd just print one off and.
Do you want to start at the very beginning of how the airport came about and all that? And how do you want to do that?
Well, that predates me, but my understanding is that, at some point, the governor decided that all of the counties should have a public runway. And so, some grant funding came to follow that. Does that sound right?
KDOT approached the city, Pleasanton, about possibly doing an airport. City didn't feel like they had the wherewithal to do it without the county's involvement. As a matter of fact, it turned out the county had to be the applicant.
Yeah.
So, the county and the city partnered initially until it got to a point where the city could then bow out. That was the plan all along. They intended to all along. The county took an option on the land, applied for the grant. KDOT had pretty well guaranteed that they were going to get it, and they did. And then the planning went forward, and but yes, it was because of a program to make sure there was a public airport available within 30 or 40 miles of anywhere.
And then Pleasanton opted out, and then but they kept it annexed in, right? And then we're paying taxes to the city of Pleasanton, correct?
Yes, City of Pleasanton annexed it, but it was always the understanding that they weren't going to be involved in the ownership of it. They would just help with the grant application because the city had to be involved.
Go ahead, sorry.
We have received 6 grants, since 2009 from KDOT for various things. The first one was for the runway. And then we had one for airport planning. You don't have this spreadsheet. Airport planning, we have, a phase 2 design of the runway, which would extend it another 2,000 feet. It's currently a 3,000 foot runway. We have plans to extend it another 2,000 feet. We received grant funding for airport development, and also to install the fuel tank and runway solar edge lights and PAPI system. The most recent one was in 2019.
Which we utilize the runway light,
The runway lights are installed, yes.
but the other,
The PAPI system is not.
and it's from what I remember from a meeting with the board, that's not usable on our airport, right?
Little letter.
It's not usable. We can't use it on our runway.
Use what?
The PAPI
The
light.
PAPI.
No, not without some big time engineering. Somebody like Burns and McDonnell, who designed the airport originally. There are issues of remaining runway length available once those PAPI lights guide an aircraft down to the runway. The PAPI lights are designed, by design, they are for airports that have an instrument approach procedure. So imagine, if you will, an airplane coming into Pleasanton, and by the way, there are no approaches for that airport. Nobody has ever pursued getting an approach. That is the ability to let down through the clouds to a predetermined ceiling that's height above the ground
of the bottom of the cloud layer. And typically, when that pilot or aircraft would break out of the clouds, there's the PAPI lights, and it's a red over white display of the glide path, a continuation of a visual glide path. And typically, those are aimed at 1,000 feet. Any airport in the country, except some of the shorter runways, will guide you to 1,000 feet. Now, that being said, 33% of the runway is behind you. So some airplanes, twin engine airplanes with a little higher speed on landing would be in a bind to safely get stopped by the end of the runway. Okay, now, there's a fellow named Ed Hyatt, who is FAA Director of Airports. And I spent a little time with him on the phone last year and this year regarding the solar lights and the PAPI. And, he would tell you that the engineering has got to be done to ascertain that on the extended center line and then at an angle either side of that center line outward from that touchdown zone, it should be free and clear of obstructions. Now, there's a few towers out there. I think they are not in that zone. But to put those PAPI lights up, it's an engineering feat. First off, to survey it. Secondly, to have it professionally installed by somebody that is FAA approved to do so. Now, are they necessary at this point? Absolutely not. They're not necessary, but I understand they're sitting in a box somewhere on county property.
Down there in the shed, I think.
It is, we,
Yeah.
it's been $40,000 in matching fund.
The first I knew about it is when Ms. Hightower, at one of these meetings that Don and several of us attended
30.
a year or two ago, what does PAPI mean? Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
And I attempted to explain that, but after the fact, I'm curious as to how that box with PAPI lights ended up on county property through a grant and maybe in-kind money. How did it get here in the first place?
I don't think anybody can answer that.
Well, somebody could.
We've been,
Somebody could answer that. I don't think that somebody's here anymore.
so, your guys' opinion, you guys sit on the board, what do you guys feel about the airport? I mean, how do you feel?
Well, the same as I do of this strip of pavement that goes through Main Street right here in Pleasanton, Parker, 3,000 feet of this equivalent to our runway in Pleasanton. Does this street create or generate revenue for this city? Zero. I can answer that. You agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. 125 years ago, it was a muddy piece of ground out here. You'd be lucky to get to the grocery store without being stuck. So to expect that this 3,000 foot strip would generate revenue, it's not. It never will. The hangar's sitting there, and those lots that have sold, I think there's 6 or 7.
There's 8 that have sold.
8? They're just sitting there. I think my plan was, before any of you were here, Mr. Thompson was around in those days, was that we could sell those lots to the county, and people would buy them up, build a hangar, it'd be taxed, the property would be taxed, put an airplane in it, that would be taxed. Pilots are tighter than a skin on a weenie. And for what it's worth, there's 25 airplanes, there were 27, registered in this county. Where are they? They're not in Pleasanton. Why?
Say land on their own field,
Nobody wants to buy the lot for, what is it, 20,000?
I think you get double taxed.
Yeah. I mean, it would be nice if you could sell them for 40 or 50. However, we are Linn County, Kansas. That's probably not going to happen. Ms. Jessica mentioned a few meetings back, well, what do we have to do to get people to come here if the county built hangars? Hopefully not, but if the county built hangars, How would you get them filled? Well, you could start out by inviting 890,000 people to come to Linn County to live. Right? So there it is. Now, the airport, I understand the county wants to be revenue neutral, right? Not in the negatives. And Mr. Thompson alluded to the city of Pleasanton. We do pay taxes to the city of Pleasanton, do we not? What services does the airport receive from the center of the city of Pleasanton? You know?
I don't think anything. I think there was some kind of, some kind of an agreement on the septic, the holding tank or something, right?
They get water, but they actually get the water through the
Right.
rural water district and
Yeah.
then charge it.
Yeah.
They're a pass-through. They're simply a pass-through on the water.
Just pass through. There's 2 meters there is what I understand.
Yep.
Right. And then, I guess I'd have to ask also, to be fair, what services does the county provide to that airport? Mr. McCullough, do you know?
Yeah, we
We mow it, keep the runway up.
Mow it. Now, I volunteered, I would go there and mow that runway around the lights. And I'd also mow the rest of it, but I understand there's still stakes out there, the weeds up above. Won't hurt my 40-year-old bushel much. But, I know that you want a fixed base operator. That's gonna be a tough sell to anyone, to anybody. I've been around fixed base operators for a long, long time, and worked for one for 6 or 7 years right out of high school. And I've talked to, I can't think of the guy's name, he's the manager of both Johnson County airports, which, by the way, recently went from being a local airport to a regional airport. And of course, lots of federal funding. The same with Fort Scott. There's federal funding there. Our airport, when I asked Mr. Hyatt, the director of airports, regional director of airports with the FAA, what are the chances? Well, he said the same thing he did 2 years ago or a year ago. It's possible, but it's highly improbable. And it has to be viewed as an overflow airport for somebody, for something. And those are, Topeka is one of them, for instance. Salina, there's not really scheduled service there, they're big airports. But that's probably not going to happen here. The best I think you could hope for, if you can appeal somehow to these tightwad pilots, sell the lots, let them put the hangar, and start from there. Now, I may be speaking out of school, but it's my understanding that Randy Shannon's airport is going to be on the cells block here soon. You heard that?
His lot,
That's his house, or his hangar.
okay?
He's the only one that's built
We
it.
didn't have any
Right.
stipulations
He owns 4 lots.
in any of that stuff that they could resell it.
There's no prohibition against reselling it,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
I believe so.
Or developing it, they can just sit on it and have it as a savings account.
That's what's happening.
He's got a class act there. It's the nicest hangar I have ever seen. And I'd be probably wrong to guess $500,000 worth of hangar. Probably wrong. But he's advertising it, should go on the market soon. Don't know for how much. And somebody will buy it. Of course, it may go through one of these numbers and be cut down in price. There's a fellow in Paola, Miami County Airport, Don Deason. He's a mechanic,
Right.
IA mechanic, which means he can do inspections as well as any heavy maintenance. A few years ago, he was looking for a place to move out of Miami County. Now, would he come here now? I don't know. I haven't talked to him yet. But he's got 5 or 6 guys working for him. And always has aircraft waiting for rebuilds or somebody taxis into a tree limb or something. But, there you go. Jessica talked about in that, application you mailed out. FBOs come in all sizes, shapes, and abilities. All the way from just maintenance. That's a fixed base operator if he just does maintenance only. Flight school, that'd be a tough sell here. Something has got to attract pilots. Pleasant. Unfortunate, but that's the way it is.
So what's your opinion on, spending tax dollars to keep this thing up and going?
Well,
We've spent, so in the last, from 2019 to 2022, we've budgeted a total of $160,600. And from 2019 to 2022, our total loss our total loss or the total spent, right? Is that what that,
Right here.
oh, down here?
Which one are you looking
I was just looking
Total
up here.
loss, sir.
Total loss.
285.
at? 285.
285 for how many years?
4.
4 years?
Last 2 years, 163,000.
So is it right that between the county and the city, there's about $70,000 paid in taxes on the airport, Pleasanton and to the county?
There's been
7.4 is 280.
there's been
About
103,000.
40,000 a year.
Sure.
It's about 40,000 a year.
Yeah, so there's 160, and that's to who? 40.
The 40 is the total
Well,
that the
that's the
county
total.
pays, 40 or
Okay.
46, but it goes city, school, county,
Right.
every other taxing entity that covers that area.
Okay. So there's 160. And I understand, I see the figures on the gas pump. Again, we go back to why do we have tappy lights in a box? Why did we have a gas pump that even the service stations quit using years ago? It's not digital. Now, the question is, where is somebody in the past that is responsible or should have been responsible for ascertaining that? Now, I'm not pointing my finger at you guys. You inherited this. How do you like it?
No, I feel like there should have been a plan, like a 20-year plan on it about, like selling each lot, having, you have to develop on it this many, or in this so many years, you can't set on it, you can't resell it. I mean, if you do,
So let me kind of throw in a couple of comments here, if you don't mind.
no,
Yeah, first of all, I'm an aviation enthusiast. I grew up in the industry.
He's a trained pilot also. He's been a flight instructor and everything else.
I used to be a flight instructor and my career path took me a different way, so I haven't been in it lately, but I'm still an enthusiast. I love the industry. I love aviation. I think this airport is an important asset to this county. And it's just too bad we haven't taken the opportunity that we have out there, that asset, and make it grow. I think primarily the reason we haven't is because we haven't had aviation people responsible. We go out and buy the PAPI system when we really shouldn't have. Bought the wrong fuel system when we really shouldn't have. And so somehow we've got to get somebody with aviation knowledge responsible for the airport. So we've tried to do that with the RFP. We didn't generate any interest there. I think first of all, there are grants available. We've chosen not to go the federal grant route, which we can debate was right or wrong. I think it was probably wrong, but that's water under the bridge, just like the PAPI system is. But there are grants available from the state of Kansas. They just issued $11 million in grants last year to counties all over our airports all over the state. As small as $5,000 to fix a windsock, as much as $2 or $3 million to expand the airport. So, in talking to other people in the industry, they emphasized to me, don't stop applying for grants. Even though we didn't get one, we tried to get one to help with our planning to put a business plan in place, and we were denied. And I've been advocating having a business plan so we know, what to do going forward, because even though I'm an aviation enthusiast, we can't throw $160,000 at this thing for the last 2 years, we've lost $162,000. So we can't continue to do that. We've got to figure out some way to use this asset. And
Well, and I mean, I feel like, you were talking about the road. If it was being used,
right,
then,
I think.
right. So I think
But it-
we
but-
gotta find a way to get it used.
okay,
So first of all, the taxes are the biggest hurdle.
I went and talked. I went and talked to
40,000 a
some-
year. Is there any way around that, Gary?
So I-
The property taxes that we're having to pay, is there any way around?
The portion of the property that is, if we're going to continue to use it as a county airport, the portion of the property that's actually used as a county airport can be exempted from taxes, yes. We would have to do a lot split from the rest of the land that's not,
Which would be the airport and the
which would be the,
tie-down area,
right, it would not include the lots.
lots
for
or,
the runway and the tie-down.
Yeah. It would, and I think the bulk of the taxes that we're paying is probably on those lots. I'm guessing.
so the ones that we've held that we haven't
So
sold.
you're saying it's gonna take businesses and some kind of, to get people to come here to use their airport, so I mean,
That or get somebody interested in running it. I mean, I think we could provide a pretty good lease for somebody to come in and sell fuel, promote the airport within the industry, draw people here to sell more fuel.
My deal, I drive by it every day, and I think I've seen one airplane that wasn't a crop duster this year. And my little boys love it, but I'd be sitting there for an entire year to see one airplane.
No, you've got to get business here. But my point is, I don't think the county has the ability to do that. I don't think we have the knowledge and the ability to be like you setting up a car dealer.
You know, I feel like that it's hard for me to go to the taxpayers and say, hey, this is what we're spending money on. We've lost 160 grand, but we're gonna keep paying taxes on it. And,
I agree
you know,
with
'cause there, I mean,
I agree with you. So I think your first hurdle, whether you continue to operate it, whether you farm it out to have somebody else operate it, or whether you just sell it, the property taxes are going to be your biggest hurdle. 40,000 a year. You're starting off 40,000 a year in the hole without with about $1 revenue.
Right.
So
what's the chance of selling it to someone? I mean, who would buy it? I mean, to rerun that airport.
with a $40,000 a year tax bill, it's going to be a challenge.
And say we get it exempt, the minute we sell it to somebody that's private for profit operation, it goes back on the tax roll.
It's back on tax.
and then we don't have any control over the school or the Pleasanton, right? I mean, on their portion.
Well, if we get a tax exemption, then it's from all property.
From all property.
Yeah. We could probably theoretically, we could, abate our own portion of the taxes, I think. I don't know.
But we make
We
a
get
profit
that
off
part
the.
back anyway.
But we have, in that sense, we have no control over the others. But if we get a property tax exemption, it's all property taxes.
So how would that work with the hay? And so we're making a profit on the hay. They're paying us for the hay.
Well, that's why, since that land is not being used for the airport, it's being used to make money, we'd have to continue paying taxes on that land no matter what.
But that's land we could split off through a lot split and not have it connected with the.
Right, it could be a
What
separate.
do you think hay a year for the hay lease? Do you know?
I don't know.
The reason we haven't done that yet is because the thinking was if someone comes along and wants to lease or buy the airport, they might want that land as well.
About the only thing that land would be good for would be an east-west runway. Or somebody wants to buy it, try to develop it. I think of who not to call, but build houses with attached hangars. That's popular in a lot of remote rural areas throughout the United States. Has anybody tried to do that?
I reached out to AMR and talked
Yeah.
to them about Life Flight making it a home base, but they have one in Chanute, I believe, and I mean,
Oh, yeah.
which was too
They're,
close.
they're out. In fact, Gold County, Kansas, at the time this airport was a gleaming Sibelius's eye, back after the second 500-year flood we had, shut down trading post even.
Right.
They couldn't drive medicine into the county. And her statement was, we need an airport that we can fly into in times of emergency. Well, it hasn't happened since, but Gove County, Wyandotte County, Kansas has no public airport. General Motors bought it. Right across the river is downtown. It's a tough deal. But along with what I think David is alluding to here is somebody, I don't know if he's within the county or subcontract to somebody to develop a plan for this airport. What would work? What are the possibilities? So we don't end up with a box full of lights that are worthless to us. And, somebody to oversee it. And I mean, you guys can't go out and do that. What would you look for anyway?
I don't have,
You can't carry your little handheld aviation radio, click it 5 times and see if the runway lights come on?
I mean, and
They don't half the time.
we trying to get there. That's why we put a board together. So I think before, I don't think you were here yet when we first put that board together, were you? I think Jessica, we kind of got Jessica involved somehow. She thinks she's just thrown into it, and she helped put the board together, and we got members and contact a few of you guys. And I mean, that's about as to the extent that we've went. And but we just don't know where to go after this. I mean, none of us are-
I think
So
what this young man's saying is get somebody that in the future would say, no pappy lights, no solar lights. I pushed that, but who listened 8 years ago? Nobody. I said, well, you've got this dirt runway here before it was graded. Get a trencher. Borrow one here. Probably got them sitting over here rusting. Go down each side of it, bury some PVC, and use electricity. FAA doesn't approve for FAA airports solar-powered lights. Each one of these lights, a little antenna sticks up about that far. I've found many of them broken, and I don't know who maintains them.
How often are we supposed to overlay that? Do you know? Do you guys have any
Well,
idea?
just like you would the street. The street gets 1,000 times more per month than that airport does of traffic.
Yeah, but everybody in the county can use the road if they want. They can't. Not everybody in the county can go out on the runway.
Well, exactly. So to answer your question, overlay should be good forever as long as it's sealed. And don't let weeds grow up through it.
and we can't convert to an FAA airport because we've already sold the lots.
There are 840 some pages under this national plan for, hang on.
Land, Jason, you can't
It's
have
a-
private
it's-
ownership of land
Yeah.
on a federally funded airport.
That's.
But
the
our,
best it could have.
our,
you-
our
that-
runway is also not gonna be FAA compliant, or is it?
It
Yeah, it
is,
could be, yeah,
it is.
Okay,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was built to FAA specs to include the clearance ways so far out from the end of the runway. In fact, they moved the approach into the runway landing north off of Tiger Turnpike. They moved it 500 feet off simply so what happened many years ago at Kansas City Suburban Airport, a guy hit a semi truck. Only thing that was hurt him, it's the end of his tongue off in the airplane because it was in the path. They've assured that an airplane, depending on who's
How long
flying,
always in the path then? Every
would
time I drive
clear
by.
that traffic. But there's not a lot of options.
Here's what I've written down.
okay.
Options for the county. One, the county continues to run the airport, continues to apply for grants, and continues to seek out an FBO lease, even though we failed that first time. First thing, if the county continues to run it, first thing that needs to be addressed is the property tax. If the county continues to run it, it should be set up as its own profit center instead of being in the general fund. So you can keep an eye on the profit and loss. And I think we continue, not only continue to try and find an FBO operator, but also to get grant money for this business plan, even though we were turned down the first time. So that's what I see as the first option. The second option would be to sell the immediate property just around the runway and the lots. With the provision, if you sold that, you must have a provision that the airport remain a public use airport. Because we don't, somebody comes in there and buys that airport, we don't want them plowing the runway under and not having it usable. There are privately held airports throughout the country that are for public use. There's one as close as Wichita, was it Stern?
Yes. Private
Yeah, it's a
airport.
private airport, but it's open for public use. If it's open for public use, we get the benefit of having the airport. If you have a private owner, then they're going to promote planes coming in there and selling fuel and so forth. And then the third option would be to just close the airport and sell the ground. I'd hate to see that because I think we'd be missing out on an opportunity. We just got to get somebody in here, whether the county continues to run it or we sell the immediate airport, got to get somebody in here with the knowledge of the aviation industry to pull traffic into this airport.
So it has to remain a public access airport until 2029 because we received grant money in 2019. If it does not, then we have to pay the state back.
Yeah, well, I would advocate if you're going to sell the immediate airport to a private owner, you make that public use airport forever. We don't want to sell it
Right.
and have somebody run it to 2029 and then plow the runway.
How much do we have to pay back if it
Yeah,
was?
So the total grant was 200,000. It would be a prorated amount at
So we've had it for
20,000 a
3 years.
year. We've had it for 4 years now, so 120.
So we just pay back that grant, not the previous ones?
That's a good point.
Because we,
That's a good point.
The one
I
that we
don't know.
bought it with?
So,
The one we
no,
bought it with?
no.
What's your-
yeah, so
Well,
that was $1 million grant
The
there.
first one was $1 million, so, but that was in 2009, so we've had 3 grants. We had one in 2019, 2017, 2015, so those would be the 3 that we would be in jeopardy of having to pay back.
So you think we'd have to pay all of them back?
I do. I think if that was no longer a public access runway, we would have to pay them all.
But if we sell it and maintain that it has to remain a public access,
Yeah.
then
And I asked KDOT that question, if we could sell the airport, write that in as a
condition.
clause or condition in the sales agreement. They passed that on to the state's legal team, and the legal team never got back with them.
Right.
So
So you don't know.
we don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of a proceeding.
Let me ask a question, you experienced aviation guys. If the county somehow magically became the owners of the land that has been sold out there, would that help us in any way?
That could, immediately, the only way that comes to mind is that might allow us to become a federal airport, and become
FAA eligible.
FAA airport and get federal funds, which is significantly more lucrative than state funds. That would be the biggest advantage that I'd see.
It's a long shot.
A long shot that we would be an FAA.
Split it off like this.
FAA approved
Split this off its own plot?
with federal grant money coming in.
Parcel?
That's a long
So I have
shot.
3 parcels here?
I can give you a contact if you
Yeah,
want to call
well,
this
just
guy.
a
He's
little
very
bit.
nice.
Split this off
Yeah.
to its own deal.
It's
Yeah,
regional
I-
grant
I-
on
To its
Hercules.
own deal.
Right.
And the airport be its own deal. So 3 land parcels.
If,
Yeah.
Can we
a
not
lot
do
of
that?
airports,
I mean, good.
small airports
Yeah.
make available land,
Pay taxes on this.
they,
part.
the county, city retains ownership,
Theoretically.
gives an individual the right to
And then
build a hangar on it,
playground.
pay tax on a hangar, pay tax on an airplane that he wants to put in it, or a combine. Anyway, a lot of airports do that. Some years back, I mean, it's history, so it really doesn't matter. A friend of mine that retired from the airline was a partner in a simulator manufacturing company from Boston. He called and he says, hey, got an airport down there where you live? Well, it's privately owned, Gilmore's. And he ended up buying the company and looked for a place to put the simulator manufacturing company, to include Neil Manufacturing. This is before Neil took it over. And ultimately ended up going just southwest of Ottawa. I can't think of the guy's last name, he's long gone. A grass strip, 3,000 feet long. His wife and he and his daughter lived in a house. He borrowed the money from Commerce Bank and he moved it to Harrington, Kansas. An old empty military hangar.
They have hella drag racing out there now.
Yeah.
It gets used more than our.
But, you know, that doesn't have anything much to do with this, but, free land or $1 for 50 years or 10 or 100 or whatever, is a better draw than telling somebody they need to pay 20 grand per lot.
Easement.
Now, what comes for electricity, what comes for water, sewer,
Split this off of
gas.
access, and then have a new.
those are all considerations. That could run into money quick.
Sell this.
Who's got an airplane that's
I guess
worth
try to sell
$30,000.
these, put new restrictions, and then just
Which lots are sold?
until we figure it out.
We would still be paying.
These 8.
1 through 8.
We'll be able to generate what? I don't even know what that'd bring. 200.
And how many of those does Randy Shannon own?
5 through 8.
5 through 8? And his mechanic owns 1, right?
Yes, and then
I'm not thinking
four
of these
random
never built there.
ranches. Right.
Which one was it? Tim
So-
on?
1.
Wouldn't that be feasible to do like 3 different land parcels here? Split this off, sell this land, keep the airport, and then split this off and make it its own land parcel?
So I have.
Does that make sense to you, Gary?
Well, if you do that, you are isolating the actual part that's being used as an airport and can get an exemption on it, as long as it's tied to the lots that are not being used as an airport, you're not going to get an exemption. So if you want exemption on the airstrip, you're going to have to isolate from the rest of the
But
land.
we wouldn't have to necessarily sell the other pieces.
Yeah, and I think he's
We have
over on the,
separate-
he poured on the county. I think I looked into that one time. We make our own access, or,
So
well,
I
or I guess
have
it
someone
would be
who's
split like this, but
Because you
And I
gotta
have
have that
someone
grant.
who's interested in purchasing this part for their own like farm usage. So
oh, say that again.
I have someone who's reached out and is interested in purchasing this side of the runway, and then someone else who's interested in purchasing this area north of all those hangar lots.
You're talking about the ramp area?
No, he's talking about.
Then we would just own, we would
So
own,
we would own the
It kinda
this
come in like
and the
this.
strip. Yeah.
or whatever.
Mhm,
But
yep, if you're interested, so it would be like that. And then if you're interested, so we would have this part, and then someone would have that and someone.
But we still want to split this off because we'd have to pay, we wouldn't get a tax exemption.
Yeah, we still want to split the lots off from the airstrip.
So there'd actually be 4 land
We-
parcels, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the county would be just in charge of the airport or runway,
The runway and the.
And the ramp.
part.
and we would, yeah. And then we would still have to pay taxes on that though, because
Right.
it's, but we maybe redo our deal a little, or whatever.
So do you think that the lot owners would be willing to sell back for what they paid for the lots?
One of them would. And I imagine Randy Shannon, I can't speak for Randy,
right?
if he wants to sell his hangar, what's he gonna do with 3 empty lots? He'd probably sell them.
And the one with the hangar on it, I could envision a situation where he sold the land back to us. We leased it to him then, so he could sell the lease on the hangar.
Right, yeah, right.
How many acres is this? What would be the setback off the runway? Like if some guy wanted to come here and put some cattle or something, a fence up. Do you guys know what, I mean, is there
I don't know what the setback is.
like a setback, like somebody, if we split
Well,
that off?
I can tell you, don't quote me, I think it's 75 feet from the edge of the runway, there's not supposed to be a bale of hay on either side.
Yeah.
And, I'm going round and round with whoever's in charge of
We,
that.
yeah, we definitely have to look into that
Yeah.
before we parcel that off to be sure.
It's
sure
easy
you
to
had-
find it. It's
had-
easy to
had a
find
good
that
enough
answer.
set.
I think that'd probably be the only way that I would be interested in trying to put. I mean, that's just me, but I think that yeah, it's a lose. I don't.
The thing about it, there was talk at one time of a taxiway. A parallel taxiway. It could only go on the east or the west side. And if you sell off that parcel of land north of the hangar lots,
You won't be able to put that in.
probably not.
You could sell it to the west and still leave enough room for a taxiway.
So, but, okay, so if we sell off those pieces, since we use the grant funds to buy those pieces, do we have to pay back the grant funds?
I don't believe we used grant funds okay, the land was not purchased with the grant, the land was donated by the
No.
previous owner.
No, we
$30
bought it.
We bought it,
We bought the land.
That's,
$2,400 and some odd dollars an acre.
Okay. I don't know, that grant, then.
Now, but I don't
then-
recall if the cost of the land was included in the grant or if we came up with it some other way. I don't recall.
How many acres is right here? Do you think? I mean, if that split that off, how many acres is that? 70?
I don't know.
Might not quite that. I don't think maybe. Isn't the airport itself 240 or altogether?
I can't tell you, Danny.
Looked it up one time.
I forgot myself.
I can go.
So,
so do we just own to that part? We don't own on
Right,
up?
right.
So it's not 240 acres.
Go get my computer. And
Yeah, there wouldn't be 240 there.
So we've got like 160, but then we've got,
I think the whole thing is about 186 acres.
I think that
But
might be right.
I don't know. I hate to rely on my memory, but I think that's what it is.
It's kind of what it looks like.
Yeah,
Is
they
it-
didn't 240, I'm sure.
No,
Well, the one piece where most of our expenses for taxes is in our tax system as 135.9 acres.
Yeah.
But then there's a bunch of other lots off of that we own too, so.
but we could, okay, so we buy back the lots, then we can be a municipal airport at that point and not pay taxes on any of it?
If we own the land and we're not offering lots for sale, then they're no longer commercial use. So yes, that would be my opinion that we wouldn't be paying taxes on that.
But so that would reduce,
What'd the lots sell for? When I sold
what did they sell for?
22,000,
22,000.
something like that.
22,000 each, and we sold 8 of them, huh?
They're not huge lots.
Well, the larger one sold for more because it was larger. They are 70 by 70 with a 10-foot setback all the way around, so 50 by 50 building space. Which the ones, so like the ones that bought several in a row, I believe Randy Shannon has a variance so that he could put T hangers in and not have to leave the setback
So he can
between lots.
infringe on the
Right.
setback, yeah.
So he could just build across his lot lines.
do you guys think that would be beneficial if we tried to repurchase our lots back? And would
Well,
that make it more intriguing?
Be beneficial to the owners, I got a feeling.
I think that the benefit that Gary's talking about is get out of the property tax.
Right, and that's
Yeah,
what I think.
that's,
And
I
we
think
want to
that's,
verify that that is what would happen, but that's my opinion.
that's the number one issue is this 40 grand a year,
Yeah.
no matter which way you go. And so if that helps us get out of that 40 grand a year or reduce that, then
But I mean, so what are their options? I mean, they can resell to anybody, but if we're talking about liquidating the airport, is there any value in their lots?
In other words, you might kind of have them over a barrel.
yeah.
Are those lots deeded to those owners?
Yes.
They own the ground, they own the dirt, right?
So Pleasant still has this annexed in, correct?
I'm sorry?
Pleasant still has it annexed in, right?
Yeah, it's still within.
So when they annex something in, aren't they supposed to provide us with utilities, sidewalks, street signs, curbs, stuff like
Not
that?
necessarily. It depends on if it's a voluntary annexation, which this was, they're not required to do that. Now, we did talk about asking them to de-annex us.
Yeah, yeah, that started a huge fight.
That would be a start. That would be a start.
And you
It's
guys
not an absolute legal nightmare, is it?
It's a simple process if they'll agree to it.
Yeah.
But I think their position was that they like having that tax come in from the county.
Well, sure.
Sure.
Now, what do we got? A right of way for them to get in there? Just, I mean, if we was to sell it, if we was to sell everything except for the lots that they have, what happens then?
Whoa,
What do you mean?
I see what you're saying.
Do they have an entry to that? They've got to have, because we can't lock them out, right?
Do they have ownership?
I suppose they would have a constructive easement, it's called. That is an easement by implication.
If we decided just, I mean, bite the bullet, just sell the thing, they own 8 little lots in the middle of,
That they would have legal access, but they might have to fight for it. But
So if someone builds on these lots, so Pleasant has a tax abatement program, correct? That they-
Some people.
Oh. But if somebody builds on it, they're supposed to be tax exempt, correct?
they should be eligible for some of those abatements. I don't know the details of their current plan, but
But what I'm
if
saying is
we was
that
to
we,
sell it all, they can't build anything on there anyway, except, I mean, they don't have enough for a house or anything else. So it's
Does
just,
the county own some of that deeded or to the city? I'm sorry.
it's not deeded to the city. No,
Okay, so they legally have no,
it's annexed by the city, so
Yeah.
it's in the city.
Right.
It has to comply with city regulations,
Right.
but they don't control the land.
now, if we sold what was in between the city and this, that can't be annexed anymore if it don't butt up against the annexation.
It's still, the piece we'd be selling is within the city. I mean, so
It's already
So
island. It does not abut the city.
It don't touch the city.
No,
I thought it had to touch the city in order to,
it's called an island annexation.
really.
It can be done.
There's a few more steps to go through than if it was.
Right.
contiguous,
If
but
it's
it can be
continuous,
done.
they can just automatically do it, can't, on a certain amount of acreage.
Are they supposed to, but before they automatically do it, aren't they supposed to come in and give us findings of why they're doing it, why it's beneficial?
We asked them to do
Because
it.
I've never heard from ever.
That's been years ago. We at least agreed to it. I remember the commission at the time did a resolution agreeing to annexation.
And that was
So-
so we can get more money.
so like on,
Right?
$250,000 more.
so like on Shannon's hangar, we could buy the lot and then turn right back around and lease him
Lisa Millock.
the lot. That way he would still, I mean, that way we're not buying his improvements.
Right.
Is that how that's viewed?
As far as the FAA is concerned, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, lots of FAA airports have privately owned hangars on publicly owned land.
Right, that's the way Garnett does it.
That's what I suggested we do when we first started this, but the board at that time didn't want to. I don't remember, I'm not talking about the commissioners, I'm talking about the advisors. I don't recall who was,
Economic Development
Yeah.
Committee Chairman was
Yeah.
kind of spearheading that at the time,
yeah.
Not it.
which, and advised
Former.
not to by some people. One of them was a guy that was a fixed base operator at Maryville, Missouri Airport for 20 years. He moved here and he says, don't do it. He received federal grants and he knew all those steps you had to do.
Yeah, there's
fell on deaf ears, unfortunately.
There's lots of hoops you gotta jump through for federal funds.
Yeah, there it is. And
It's
that's-
not without its challenges.
Sounds like we got a few hoops with our grant money.
Yeah.
No plan.
Well, it's a tough spot. It's a tough spot.
Getting it separated out and, last year was a $62,000 loss, 40,000 of that is property tax. So that's a pretty,
Fuel pump, was fuel pump in there, the fuel loss of sales?
well,
We don't have loss of sales in there. We have what we paid for fuel.
so it's really not
Well,
income.
that labor and equipment costs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's,
But, I'm curious when you talk about labor and equipment, other than tractors and a bush hog that's usually way too late, what else does the county do at that airport?
Work on the pump.
Well, work on the pump, yeah. I've been out there with Chris.
Well, and that's hired out, and I understand it's
$6,285.
cost a fortune.
Over the
And of course, it's an antique pump. Try to sell that pump. Nobody's gonna buy it. The tank has got some value. But
You wanna buy it?
Hmm?
You wanna buy it?
I don't buy green bananas.
What do you think we could get out of the acreage out there if we split it all off?
Well, I couldn't, even- Jim would know better than me.
I mean, we're selling the land or we're selling those lots for 22 grand is what you said?
I believe we increased the price.
I think some land right north of there might have brought $6,000 sitting right there along the highway just the other day, if what I heard was right. I mean, just pasture land.
So if you got like 80, 90 acres in there in that separate tract,
We got 70,
70,
roughly.
then if you're getting 6,000 an acre for it, you get
420,000.
I think that'd be about the only way that I would be in favor of trying to do anything with get it going again, or we just.
Just sell that off.
just sell that off and use that money to
Try to buy back our lots and operate off of. That's
Figure a plan out for, I don't know. I mean,
what
I just-
plan though?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. That'd be the only way I'd be in favor of doing anything beyond just shutting it down and selling the exact thing.
A lot of ifs, sir. You gotta figure out what you're gonna get your lots bought for.
There are.
Does the county,
But regardless, to Danny's point, regardless of what you end up doing, with the eastern part there, it does bring you some more options and some more revenue.
Give us a little.
Whether you end up selling the runway, whether you end up finding somebody to operate it, the hay ground is not gonna, it's not gonna bring you an operator, that's for sure.
That's right.
We're currently selling the lots for 20.
And what did we sell them for originally?
I think the first one we sold for 18.5 or something, and then we raised it to 20.
so anyway, back to labor and equipment costs. Looking at 2021, $34,364.
Mhm.
And that was for what kind of labor and
That's
equipment?
installing there's an access road that went in there.
Oh, that's right.
And we did the labor for the access road.
Okay,
Yeah, we went in there, put a bunch of dirt work and we worked on the, when we worked on the landfill down there, they went in there and did a bunch of, it was tied together.
Yep.
So there already is an access.
and then there was a snafu regarding the water lines. I think, I don't remember exactly, but lots were marked off, the road built, it was over the water.
The road one.
So what about, so go down and following up on Clarence's question. 2022 labor and equipment costs, 10,800. What does that include?
That would be anytime we had someone mow out there or spray around the runway for weeds, or if Chris went out to work on the lights, or if asphalt went out to check the runway, or snow removal on the runway, that would all be included in there.
Well,
So it's
Yeah.
nothing significant,
Yeah.
just general maintenance?
Yes.
Okay.
In that it's a county airport, if somebody works on the lights, would that be a county employee or some hired hand somewhere?
Those are county employees.
And
Generally,
they
it's,
get extra for that, or?
no,
We have a base fee, we figured in, yeah, what you're saying. is
So
right,
they-
'cause it's-
They're logging their hours
Right.
and billing them to different departments.
Yeah.
Trying to keep everything even.
And then what about the operating expenses, Justin? Is that
Fuel,
fuel purchases?
fuel purchases are in there, yes.
Fuel, when you're talking 22.
In 2022, it was listed
There's
33,000.
23,000 in fuel purchases.
So if you look down at the bottom,
That's over there,
For
the fuel,
tank, right, for sales?
but you got the fuel already, 22,348.
We-
at
we
the
bought
bottom, but I believe it's
$23,000
included
worth
in
of
the
fuel
operating
put in.
expenses at the top.
Yeah.
What else besides fuel, David?
Well, that was 23,000 just for
Okay.
the fuel.
Okay.
That year, we transferred some money to equipment reserve so we'd have it in case we needed something. We spent, almost 6,000 on the
Replacing the tarp
replacing that tarp on the building.
that was damaged in the windstorm.
That was 5,800 on it.
4,875 of that was insurance, so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got
But
some
it
of that
doesn't go
back.
back to the airport.
Right.
It
fund,
just goes in
it's
the general fund.
Were those the COVID tents?
No,
Well, we
it's
used,
that, the hoop building that we put out there that we were,
There were two of them at one time, right?
well, we have two, but there was only one at the airport.
Okay. Right next to the terminal?
Yes.
they
And
used it
it's,
during COVID time for a while for
Did they use it?
Okay. Yeah, but it got damaged in
They
the
put a
windstorm.
station wagon in it, like, that's what
Yeah.
they would car.
And
Did
then
you buy it?
insurance, we've been paying for liability, running
It's on the auction.
neighborhood.
Got another day.
That's on what?
Just our like general liability.
Somebody drives out there on a motorcycle, breaks a leg,
Yeah.
No, I don't like that car. I'm not
3,000
looking
a
for
year.
it.
Drive here every day, every Monday.
Get a grocery getter.
And it's not quite 3, but it's close to that.
Do we have fuel listed twice here, here and there?
No,
Well-
this is income. This is how much fuel we sold?
We sold that much fuel?
Yes.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So in 22 was the first year that we sold more fuel than we purchased. And then the fuel pump broke in like
How
February.
do you do that? Sell more than you bought.
It was exciting. I don't know. I was excited about it. It was like $40 more, but it was more.
well, you're carrying over from year to year, are you not? You'll have inventory and stuff that way, right? You're not just dumping the fuel that you didn't sell the year before out on the ground.
So you're
So,
talking about sold more as in more money than what we paid for it, right?
Yes.
Not necessarily more
Yes, not more
gallons.
gallons, more income. Yes, dollars. But
Well, who knows? Maybe if the right pump would have been there. I mean, I've used that. I bought my fuel there. It's just another 12 minutes to Butler, where you can get it for $1 a gallon cheaper. That's there was a state tax structure. I think a lot of people use that fuel. I mean, it's obvious.
they
20
did.
22.
We were steadily
Yeah.
increasing our fuel usage until that fuel pump broke.
Right, and I think the county, and I don't blame them, don't blame you guys, saying, hey, you can't just keep shelling out, those amounts were $500, $1,800
last
to
one,
have somebody drive down from Kansas City and fix it.
6,000.
It seemed like to me it'd be easier to get one of your crack, county guys that's pretty savvy,
they,
a
they
little
were,
bit IT savvy,
they were trying.
to go out there and fix it.
They were.
And, you know, it's a great inconvenience to some that, I use the example of Jessica. This guy lives in Minnesota, he's been in Texas, he's trying to beat a snowstorm to Minneapolis, he needs fuel. He looks at the NOTAMs, says, yeah, we got fuel there. And he goes and there's a sign hanging there that says, enough. Now, what's he gonna do?
Well, now the NOTAMs say that we don't have fuel.
Yeah, I know it does. I know it does. But that's another thing. We at the airport for, what, 3, 4 years? And the runway lights, there was no place to look on the data about that airport to find out it had runway lights so you could land at night.
That's been changed.
It's been changed, I realize that, but it should never happen. Why did it happen? And it's not the fault of anybody in the county here, maybe for not hiring somebody, who's a good candidate, he's a young guy, he buys green bananas, and saying, hey, and he did, he took over the NOTAM system to notify the public of all that. But that's something that needs to be determined every day, 24 hours a day. Do the runway lights work? Can I buy gas today? Can I buy it at midnight tonight? That's what has to be done.
But I don't understand how we could pay somebody to do that if we're not bringing enough people in to even think about hiring somebody full-time to do something.
No, we couldn't hire somebody full-time. We gotta find somebody that is willing to come in there and operate it. And we lease it to him at a very low rate until he gets his revenue up. But no, I don't think we're advocating hiring an airport manager for.
Where else do you to go to ask for people for this? I mean, we went out quite a bit, right?
Yeah, we did.
Dave, I mean, I don't know, where do we go for further, what direction?
The message,
My only answer is you keep trying.
the message is what has to change a little bit, maybe.
Which I think
Could be.
separating off some lots is what I would like to look into. What do you guys think? Separating off some lots and stuff and figuring, what do you guys think? I mean, it's a start, right?
Can we approach the people about buying back the lots?
Some of them probably happy.
I think you're probably the only one that would resist, and he might be happy too. I don't know.
Yeah,
Wouldn't hurt.
won't hurt to ask. I think Ted might be one of them. I can't speak for him. He's the mechanic of Shannon's there. Owns, number one, right, Jesse?
I mean, because that's your goal, is to get where we're not being taxed on the property, correct?
My goal is right now is to make up the 100 and whatever we've
So
lost, and
you want to buy back the lots. Do we want them to do we want to
Why not?
offer a price?
We want to make an offer, but look, we need to think about that a little bit.
Well, and wouldn't we want to look at doing a lot split and getting rid of the extra ground off that property that we actually make money on?
I mean, that's where I'm at.
And then
Yeah.
apply for an exemption?
Yep. I think we need to do
I
that.
think that would solve a lot of the tax issue.
Yeah. We look to sell off the sellable land. We look to buy back the lots and get a tax exemption on that. And then do we look to get a modern fuel pump and go back to selling fuel or not?
I think the only way, excuse me.
I would like to.
Okay, I think the only way you do that is with a grant.
Okay.
And I think grants are available. I mean, all these grants last year, there's not half of them, but a quarter of them fuel pumps.
I will apply if that's the way you want to go. We've already gotten a grant for the fuel system, so I don't know that they're going to give us another one.
My only thing is I'm not in favor of spending any tax dollars on it to do anything with it. So I'd rather shut it down before we had to do something like that. 'Cause it's,
But if you sell off the land,
Sell off
maybe
the
you can
land.
use some of that to do some of this stuff.
yeah. Then hopefully we don't.
Can you close the airport?
I don't know.
No.
I don't think you can.
Not the strip.
Unless you pay back the $1 million.
The strip has to remain a public access until 2029, at least.
Or we have to pay it back, right? What was the price on it?
We need to look to see exactly what it is, make sure where we're at and what we do have to pay back.
Well, it's a prorated amount of the last 3 grants, so I'd have to do the math.
What crazes me is we're spending all this tax dollars on it and losing money, and we have all this industrial land out there that we're not, I mean, we're trying to develop it, but we're, having to budget through you with money to do it. And I mean, I just don't understand why we wouldn't try to use these funds to do something that would benefit the entire county. I don't have an airplane. I don't get to use this thing. I mean, it doesn't do nothing for me.
Well,
Not one thing.
That's part of the issue. You're not the issue. pilots have airplanes,
And y'all,
access to them. Danny McCullough doesn't, Mr. Johnson doesn't, nobody in here does, except this guy. He's got access to one, he may own a half a dozen of them, I don't know. Those are that's who this airport appeals to.
with the
And I
entire,
like it. Go ahead.
everybody in the entire county is paying for it though. And
Yeah. Everybody in the county's paying for everything when they pay taxes.
no, I get that.
They're not, he's saying they're not using it. So to Danny's point, yeah, I think you've got to get towards
Right.
making your money. And you'll never get there if you've got that 40,000 tax bill.
Yeah, abate those taxes.
And you'll never get there unless you get somebody in there, whether it's either selling it to somebody that's going to run it for themselves and remain public, or leasing it to somebody that's going to run it. But I think you're right, Danny, as far as that western property there. I mean, if there's opportunity there to bring in some revenue to help you get to that point.
We make up for what our losses and we have
Right.
an account to spend a little money to try to get a business plan together, I guess.
Right, but we've got to be careful when we do that. When we split that lot, we're splitting it in at the proper point, to allow for a taxiway.
Setbacks.
Right. And the tax.
I think another thing to keep in mind though is the county is not a for-profit business.
No, I get.
Yes, we need to manage things
I
and
get
not
that.
waste money, but we're here to provide services. And is this a service you want to provide having an airport?
And I don't go and tell people we have an airport to try to get them to move here. I mean, I don't go to, well, come to Linn County because we have an airport. I don't think I could
Well,
advertise that.
there's, there's no paying cigar.
But we gotta
Go
get.
to
back
station
to
wagon?
figure what we-
Go to station wagon?
Pay if we was
Sitting there.
to sell the thing.
No, it's not there.
We gotta know that figure first.
Sure,
I mean,
right, yeah,
exactly.
Sorry?
We need to know exactly what our fee is as far as our grant money,
right.
of what we gotta pay.
Are we
back.
gonna have to pay back
Yeah.
part of it on that land?
That's what they don't know whether the grant was used for the land or not. You're saying.
That's what we need to figure out.
Yeah.
What,
Right.
if we do sell anything, what we have to
What
pay
would be the
back.
ramifications?
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
Okay.
And I don't know, I don't think that the recent grants, that you're saying that any grant before 10 years ago,
That is what they told me, was
Okay.
that 10, that.
And so if
10
we-
years From the grant,
so
so.
if we use grant money to help buy that land, it was in that early,
2009.
yeah,
Duh,
early.
yes.
We're away from it.
And so we're past it.
So we need to know exactly what we have to pay back if we split this off and sell it in lots.
So I'll do
But
the
whether
math.
we sell any property there or not, we could still do a lot split and get that hay ground off of this property.
Right.
Have it separated to where then we could get an exemption on the airport part, right? Or could apply for one.
Okay, you would need to split off the hay ground and the lots, because since we're holding those lots for resale.
Okay.
They're commercial too.
Okay.
But if we are no longer holding them for resale,
So
then
we
they're
could take
part of
them
the
off of
airport.
no longer sell our lots that we have, and that would take them off then.
I would be willing to try to make that argument with the board of tax appeals anyway,
Because
that,
I guess it's obvious we don't want to sell them anymore.
yeah, if that's the case, I would be willing to make that argument, because we can get a tax exemption on anything that is a part of a county airport that we own, if we're not doing a commercial development. Now, if we own the land and let somebody lease it to put a hangar on, or even a restaurant, the statute allows that. But if we would put up a restaurant and run it, we can't do it.
So if someone leases a hangar lot and puts up a hangar, we can still apply for an exemption.
Right.
Okay.
Because that's right in the exemption statutes. We're allowed to do that. But if we sell them the lot, then that not only makes it a commercial venture for us, but they're not tax exempt either.
So like, if we purchased back Shannon's lots and leased him the lot that he has his hangar on, would he still have to pay taxes
He
on
would
that
pay,
hangar?
he would pay property taxes on the hangar,
Okay.
but
Because
not
he
on the
would
land.
Still own the building,
Huh?
because he would still own
Because
the
he
building.
would still own the building. He would own the hangar, and he would pay property taxes on that hangar. He would not own the land, so he would not pay property taxes on the land.
Right now, he's paying property taxes on the land and building
Correct.
because he owns all of it.
Okay. I still think we need to be doing things to try to get that tax bill down.
Okay, so we're interested in buying back the lots. We're interested in doing lot split, and we need to find out how much the grant funds we'd have to repay if we sold the lot.
If we split
If-
it off.
Well,
And
it's not if we split it off. It's
We sell it.
if the runway is no longer public access. They explicitly said that the runway has to remain public access, or you have to pay grant money back.
So if we bought extra land that we're now selling off around it, we don't have to pay it back? I think that's what we're wanting clarification on.
Okay.
Do we have to pay back a portion of the grant money if we sell off the 70 acres?
Okay.
that's what, if we split it
Okay.
off, sell it off, yeah.
Yeah, I think, yeah, we're just looking for answers now.
Okay.
And then if we take the other lots off for sale, if we cease selling lots, that might cheapen the tax.
That's, like I say, I would be willing to make that argument to the Board of Tax Appeals. I mean, that's not in black and white, but that's how I interpret the statute. That the reason we're paying tax on those is because we're offering them for resale. If we quit offering them for resale, then I think they would quit being taxable.
So we could be just offering them for lease.
Right.
But we have the lots as separate
They're a separate tract anyway.
tract and tax. And it's the one part of the property we have that has the big tax bill. The individual lots are pretty small.
Are they? I couldn't remember how it was broken up.
Yeah.
What part of that? What part?
The 135 acre tract is everything but the lots.
Okay, so let me get back into the tax side again.
Do we have other
So-
pasture ground, other hay ground?
Yes.
County? Do we?
So the part of our property there that has the 135, almost 136 acres has assessed value. Let me add these together. Assessed value of $181,499. So that times the mill levy for that area would get you the taxes just on that parcel. But then when you start looking at the individual lots, and they may vary some, but the first one I bring up, there's actually an exempt lot. Everything except lots 1 through 24 is already exempt. There's 7 acres there. Then here's a lot that has about vacant. It has a assessed value of $2,099. $2,099 times the mill levy for that area is not going to be very much tax. I'd have to look at what the mill levy is to get you an exact amount. I might be able to see in the billing what was paid. I have to get into Janet's side to do that. I can't see it on.
No levies, as I recall, pretty high.
It is because you got the city
The
of
highest
Pleasanton,
over
and
there,
that's the highest mill levy in the county. The highest city.
So this 136 acres you're talking about, that's everything except the lots?
Yes. It's everything except that section. We split out the section with the lots and did subdivision there. And 136 acres is everything else.
So just if you reparcel that, even if you didn't sell the hay ground, you're going to reduce your tax bill significantly.
Okay, so here's last year's taxes on the one big expensive property was $33,462 out of the total for last year.
Okay, so that's
So
over
that's
3/4 of it.
more than 3/4 is on that one parcel. That's the 136 acres. If you look at one of these individual lots that has the $2,000 valuation, the tax on that is $437. where it was last year. And we haven't set levies this year yet, so I can't give you
And we
exact.
still own, like 15 of those.
Yeah, a whole bunch of those. But our biggest share of our tax is off that one big chunk of ground.
So the levy's 0.184. Makes sense.
Actually, it looks like on that one, it was 208 mils last year.
On the big one, it's
Let me get back to that one.
lower.
So if we sold 70 acres and then thus were able to get an exemption on the remaining 60 acres that entails the runway and the little piece to the east, we would save over $33,000 right there.
Can we do that today?
Done it 2 years ago, right? Backdated.
Yeah, we're looking at, well, yeah, 208.272 mils was the levy on that area last year. But that's Pleasanton City, Pleasanton School, County, Township, Library, Extension District, Fire District, you know, all those things added together.
And that's, both sides are just the 70 acres.
So we lease out that 70 for hay and we get paid $3,700 roughly. But Canadian, what'd you say, 33?
33,000.
Hell of a deal.
Who is in a position to find out what our setback would need to be?
I can work on that. Yeah.
Because that's what we would need to know before we could do a division there. I think if the numbers work out right, we won't even have to do a formal lot split. We can just deed off
It might be.
we'd have to have a survey. We wouldn't have to do a formal lot split. We just deed it away. Anything more than 40 acres, anything resulting in a tract of more than 40 acres, you don't have to do an official lot split.
It might be in the designs as well,
Might be in the what?
in
The design,
the
yeah.
planning, the designs. I don't know.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
if somebody can figure that out.
So are we talking about one split, just the 70 acres off?
At this
Keeping
point, I think.
everything on the east side for now.
Mm-hmm.
Gives us a little bit of cushion, I guess, right? So how long will it take to get answers on that? 2 years? It took us a long time this last one. I know it wasn't your
So-
fault. I know you asked a lot.
While we're talking about, we'd have to have a survey done.
We'd have to have a survey done.
So, lots 23 and 24, there's an issue with lot 24. There's utilities running under the corner of it. You can kind of see it in the map there. So we had decided that we were going to cut that lot in half. The west side was going to not be part of the lot anymore, and the east side of the lot was going to be joined with lot 23, so it was going to be 70 by 105, just have one larger lot there. But we didn't ever have a surveyor come and.
We
change
never
that.
did do a boundary line
Can
adjustment.
we do that at the same time?
If we're going to, that would be a separate process. If we're going to stop selling lots, then I don't know that we want to do that at this point.
Okay.
I mean, if you're going to make a decision, number one, sell 70 acres. Number two, stop selling lots so that we can then take the steps towards getting as much tax exemption as possible. I think that's what we want to focus on, and probably if we want to do a boundary
Not
line
worry about
adjustment,
that.
let's do that later.
Okay.
Because it'll be a separate process anyway.
And then get a 20-year plan.
Is that water or electricity there that's under the corner of that lot? Or both?
It might be both. I think they ran together.
Yeah, I think they basically ran them in the same ditch.
Another question, would it help with your appeal if they made a motion to not sell the lots?
We'll have to do that when we get to that point. When we get ready to make the application for exemption, we'll need on the record, we'll probably have to
So
do
not
it.
today.
No, it'll probably need to be a resolution though, rather than just a motion.
Okay.
Start.
Yep. If you can get the setback.
Do you have a good contact to get all this info you need?
Well, yeah, the KDOT has an aviation division.
You guys, thank you for coming in.
You bet, Danny.
Thank you, guys.
My pleasure.
If you go to the website.
Oh, look at
I don't know,
ours.
75 feet.
I think you got to allow for the taxiway too.
I'll get that.
By the way, get some plans.
For today.
Find them.
The neighbor just called me, you know, what's on
Now you
You guys don't get one. do you?
Whatever, I don't care.
He takes whatever he wants.
He
It
does,
Half hour
and it's
drive
gonna
from
get worse.
is. Can it?
Yeah, I believe it will. Yeah. Like a pelican, you can throw rocks at it, and it just won't fly. That's start.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in.
Don't tell him what to do, right?
Chris, you got something?
I could just answer questions on the airport.
Oh.
I didn't know you like the packing, they do the engineering on the approaches. So there's a lot of background, a lot of stuff that was done.
Jessica, can we find out if we can sell the Pappy lights? Can we sell, or Clarence, can we sell that Pappy light separate from the,
It's the grant money to get them in the first place, right?
I
yeah,
believe so.
yeah.
Whatever the restriction on that
But I
is.
mean, will somebody buy them without, 'cause
Yeah.
you said they came with the solar lights, right?
I think you're just about gonna have to find somebody that,
What are they worth?
would buy solar powered Pepsi lights.
What are they worth?
Will they work?
What are they worth?
Oh, I don't know. I think, what did we pay for them? 250,000?
Well, we put $30,000 matching.
200, 170 foot grant money and 30,000, but I don't know if the solar lights was involved in that or not.
I think they were. I think it was all.
I don't know.
But somebody would buy the Pappy separate from the runway lights, right?
I think they did come separately, right? The runway lights first.
But yeah, it was like a grant project, so I can pull
Look, see what the breakout was as far as the Pappy lights.
But that would be another question to see if we can.
Yeah, you could sell them. They're probably 20 years premature for here or more.
I'd say more.
It's just like I told you. They don't make the runway on out there at least 4,000 feet. Fives would be best. And they're worth it.
Well, and what Clarence was saying is right, is that was the whole idea of school, from out there. But they needed another 1,000 feet on the runway because their insurance wouldn't cover it.
Yeah.
And we actually bought a Dubs runway lights for 4,000 foot runway. There's more runway lights down there.
There's more runway lights down there than
There
all.
is, yep, and there's also that Pappy, which they did all the approach engineering, this Olson company did all that and filed all that with FAA. So
Was it based on a 4,000 foot runway or 3,000?
the initial engineering was on 4,000, they gave us the design for the 3 to tell us where to set it. But at the time, that was back with the previous public works administrator, but, they pumped the brakes after the runway lights got put in, and I don't remember why. They were going to set the concrete pad for the Pappy the following year, and I think there was some turnover of personnel, and it all just got put on hold. But those approaches and everything have been surveyed, and the angle, and I don't know, all that stuff. It's just they
Have to redo it.
this company had done all that work a couple years ago. You still got time.
Who built that airport? Does anybody know?
I don't remember this company name.
Huh?
You don't know, nobody does.
Well, I think I know. But so I just like to ask the question.
You bought green bananas back then.
There you go. No, I know it was not put out for bid,
Really?
which I could never understand. Yeah. And the equipment there, no names on the equipment. You got a construction company, would you put your name on your Caterpillars, tractors? Probably. No. Gotta get.
Oh, darn.
stuff on there. Station wagon at 1370, if you want to know.
Pardon me?
1370 is what the car's going for.
Did you bid?
Not yet.
Can I add one thing about the pumps out there?
Yeah, come on up.
If you don't mind. So the original issue there actually stemmed from a contractor. The company that, and I wasn't here for all that, I came in after that fact, but the company that originally got the bid to do the pumps and build a building and all that was very reputable, but they got bought. And as the people that came out to install this, basically the job wasn't awesome. The equipment was good, but they didn't find out until after the pump had been installed. It was supposed to be a digital pump. So we ended up with a mechanical pump, and they were going to go back after that original company, but because of all the issues, I don't even know if they're still in business anymore, to be honest with you. But the Fuel Master that's sitting out there is a great piece of equipment. That's what takes the credit card stuff. So that pump that is sitting there was new when it was installed, but yes, it's a mechanical. The problem with it has to do with the amount display, the dollars. So being that the wheel in there that's broke isn't displaying the correct amount that would be charged for the fuel, Weights and Measures says, no, you can't sell until it's fixed. What I'm telling you though, is that pump is still valuable to the county. You could use it as a road shop because we don't care what the price says on the face of it. So the pump, the mechanism inside the pump, all of that is just fine and can be used if you wanted to somewhere else. That I don't know. I wasn't on that part.
It's probably like 30.
Repairing the pump was just under 2, and that was quite different. We had bigger number. The total that we've spent so far on the pump is just over 6. And then have the estimates, but it's
6,000 for repairs?
total.
6,000
Since the
total.
new,
So
since the
that's
pump has
come
been
in.
installed, we spent $6,285 on repairs. And having a new digital pump out there, the unofficial estimate was $15,000.
Now, is that just the pump or is that the Fuel Master also? Just the pump. I thought that's right. But the Fuel Master is way more money than that. So, and for an FBO or somebody, that's going to be really valuable because that's what takes all the credit cards and does all that jazz. But I'm not weighing in on whether we should be selling fuel or nothing like that. I'm just letting you know that the pump that's out there have value to you. Nobody's going to want to use it as an airport pump moving forward. If you're
should we
going
get
to
it off
continue, you need digital. What's that?
Should we get off the tank? Or is it,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be in there? No?
Yeah, it's plumbed up underneath. That's where the pipes go up through there. But in the whole thing, electrically, all that has been certified for being around the aviation fuel and all that. It's a good setup. Wrong pump got put on there by the original company.
Okay.
I just hope that helps.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, anybody got anything else?
I don't have.
I don't.
I don't. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.